Cup of joy, she's on the go, playing dayz like a pro. Brave, important, she's unstoppable. Come on girl, taking control. Scare all the men, she's a force to be reckoned. No one can match her, don't dare to step in the virtual world. She's making a claim, a true warrior, nothing stands in her way. Wonderful and beautiful, a shining star, her skills are unmatched. She's raising the bar with every move, she's leaving a mark. Cup of joy. The queen, lighting up the top.
Hey chat, welcome. Here we go. Okay. Oh good, it's light time. Okay, you guys, I just checking, make sure I have everything on. Yeah. Oh, darn it. I didn't change the title. There we go. And I spell okay, did it too fast. One S and there we go. Okay, we're good. So we have okay, so I found sewing kit. What's this? Oh, tire. Oh, you know what? We didn't mark the car. I found a sleeping bag. I think the sleeping bag works on the server. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, that guy was crazy. Crazy. He was crazy. Oh.
Yes, Static said he's coming on in a bit.
Okay. So we're playing with Tony, Montana, and Static is coming in. Oh, let's see. I came from that way. I'm going this way. Who wants a pink dress? Who wants a pink dress? I wonder if there's anything on these table. Let's just have a looky real quick. Let me just have a looky. Okay. We're not gonna kill you. You could just crawl like that. Dude. Forget ya. You crawl like that. I don't think I found anything like brilliant. Just the sleeping bag, you know. There he is. Gross apple. Not apple. Oh, these photo frames don't sell. That wasn't an apple, right, chat? That was a pepper. Oh my god! I found this. This goes on my. Okay, that guy's gonna come at, like messing around here. Let's go over here and see. Okay, so since that's a different part of town, let's see, where's Tony at so that we don't get the same. Well, this looks open. Let's see, let's check up here. Okay, that's closed. Oh, that's open. So maybe he checked these already. Where is he at? He is that way. So, let's see. We came that way. We came here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm kind of going back, which isn't good. Oh, look at this table. How cute is this? Yeah. So I came from that side and I went all the way here. So I need to find a entrance to the other side. Or go to the left. What do you think? That looks industrial, right? Maybe I'll have some base stuff. So I have to have enough. Okay, I have enough money to buy a car of my own, which is good. I need a car of my own, so I could store stuff inside. You know, just my girl stuff, just dayz girly stuff. Oh look, is this somebody's base? Put a solar here. Oh, it is. There's a flag right there. Oh, darn it. I think once... Is it true once you put a flag, things don't spawn around here? Let's go check this out and see. Okay, sometimes there's stuff up these. Oh, what's this? Oh, white spray can. So that's something that, see, that's what we would put at base or in a car. And since we don't have a base yet, we need a car storage. And yesterday I had enough to buy. Why am I not killing him? Okay, let's go around. guess we'll go in this. Where's Tony at? Ooh, food. Okay, he is right there. Okay, so we'll go through here. I thought there was an opening. Did I see an opening here? Am I losing it? Right here. Oh, look! We found flip-flops! Okay, oh look! Garages. Okay. Hopefully we find... Okay, there's a gas mask. We need that. Oh, we could grow... Damn it! I'm out of room already. We just do one at a time. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is a blue triplet. Oh, look! We got a locker. Okay. I'm gonna put that locker and put a code lock on it. And that would be my stuff inside of it, right? Can I take... Okay. I need to find a code lock. Oh, nails! Nails are always good to have. Hey, Bear. Okay. Okay. Well, it's good to see you, Bear. See your name anyway. No sound on that one, huh? I think Bear's doing business stuff, and so, let's see. This is a big town. Oh my god, look. It's a canopy. We don't need that. We already have a tent. If we find a car tent, now, we'll take that, but 80. I need a code lock. Putting it out there. I need a code lock. Okay, so this looks like... Is this military somewhere here? Oh, there's a tent right there on our left.
I just found 2 canopy tents.
Oh, I see one, but if it's... I don't know. We have one tent already, unless it's a car tent. I didn't take that
So
tent.
we only can have 1 tent. It's a limit.
Oh, I don't know. How many tents can we have?
Me neither. I just wondering because it will let us at least to storage a few more things if we want. We can give the other one to Bella for her base, maybe. I'm gonna pick them up both and maybe drop them if needed.
Let's see. That's all that's in here? There's not a gun? Oh my goodness. No gun in here. That's all the military? Oh, somebody was here. They shot that. Was it Tony? Yeah, it might have been Tony. This place is kind of neat, but the elevator don't work, right? Is there supposed to be like an elevator here? Press that button. Front desk at a hotel. Yeah. Wouldn't this be fun if you could ride this? Look, it's one of these things, firework thing. Thought I heard a sound. Okay, here's a police station. Did he go in here already? It looks all opened. Darn it. Tony, did you go into any police station yet?
No. I am nearby the center of the town. You know, the central square.
Okay.
Where a few
I'm at the police station.
military
Yeah,
tents.
the doors are open. I was just wondering before I went in.
Oh,
I'll double check.
well,
it.
there was a guy that I just saw a guy coming from that direction, to be honest.
Oh, no, he
I
must
wouldn't be
have taken-
surprised. Well, it's still worth checking because he was only wearing a vest without a backpack on anything.
Oh, okay, okay.
Could be some stuff.
Hey, hey, Joe. Hey. Nice to see ya. I hope you're all as well. I just got done dancing with the baby boy. We're jamming to Stevie B. Aw, nice. You guys singing along as well, Joe? How's the baby today? Okay, which side should we go? Let's go this way. My sound was off. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, that's nice. I hear him. I'm not in the mood. We're close enough.
Found a couple of weapons here
Oh, nice.
in this tent.
I only found one gun so far. Oh, look, we got food. Okay.
Baseball bat in here, so somebody just dropped the bat and got a weapon from there.
Oh, okay, okay. Our characters gotta eat some food. And I'm carrying a backpack, so I gotta be on my toes. we just have a little bit of room left. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put this gun. Look what I got. In storage. When we get back. Oh, this could hold a knife, so I could I don't think those go in there. These go in there. So I can move that over. Look at this magazine, it's so big. I thought I had a filter. You know I found a filter. See, that's what happens when you don't have like a place of your own. You just put stuff everywhere and you have no idea where it is. So yeah, the vehicle would be good. So I'm gonna get the vehicle. And then oh, I have this locker. Oh, I went up here already, right, chat? We went up here. No, we didn't. I think this is where Tony went. No, this is where we went, and then we went that way. So we'll keep going this way. Get up here. I'm lazy. Gotta go around. Cemetery? It is. Well, we have like lots of sewing kit. Okay, so the priest on here is a little bit crazy. So. Is there anything to loot here? No. I wish you could stand on top of the grave and then click it, and then there's stuff inside the grave, right? For you to pick up. That would be nice. Tony, do you have a code lock by chance? Extra one?
Possibly. I can't remember if I have one on the storage still, but I possibly do. If I have it, I will give it to you. Yeah. Don't need it. I'm full. I probably should go back to vehicle, drop the stuff there.
Okay. I have a little bit more space only, and then I'll meet you at the car.
Good.
Do you remember where the car is? I don't remember.
Yeah, but the
okay.
Yeah, but the car marker. Oh yeah, I see it. I just don't see it in the screen, but it's nearby the.
Oh, this is somebody's base. Look,
The underground thing.
Really? By dead people. Oh man. Like they have a drinking fountain. And we'll take that knife. We'll take this gun and sell it. He has like, oh, he has 2 car tents. I see a base over here, and he built a base, and he has 2 car tents. So, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, we can just use the tents, at least temporary.
Ooh, I got the helping hand. Oh, people are gonna want that.
When we
I
build
can
a
sell
cabin, then we don't need anymore to have tents. Or at least not many.
We could just leave it up for storage. It looks like that guy left it up.
Okay. Yep. I'm in the car.
Oh, look. We have more room. Alcohol, we'll take that. I don't have any. Okay, I'll use that one. Oh, water. Duct tape. Where did this water go? Oh. Let's go this way. Glasses. Shoes. Nothing inside. There's a Zed. Another Zed. Wow, that's a Zed here. Oh, we're going to deal this. Wow, I ran into a whole group of them. one of this. Somebody has key cards already. They're opening stuff. My God. Where are they finding these key cards? Is that Tony? Yeah. I thought that was a Z. Yeah, see, I need my own space because I have no idea. I know I have one of these books, but I don't know if this is mine or Tony's. Yeah, these are all his. That's my fishing pole. And these are mine. But see, yeah, that's why I need my own space. So I know for sure I'm not taking his, you know? Tony finds good stuff too. I mean, look, he found that. I found this only. So Tony, after we go to the trader, I want to go back to base. And maybe we could set up one of the tents. So we have 2 tents.
Yeah.
And,
Perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm gonna put one of the locker, the cold lock in there, and put my stuff inside the locker.
Okay. The thing is that I don't know if those canopy tents have
Have
a lock.
Okay. I'll put the lock. I'll put it in the other tent. Yeah. That's right. The canopy only has like. Oh, yeah. It's for decoration, huh?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
it's not
Oh, wait.
like meant for external storage.
I'm trying to think. I think you could close it. We'll see. I remember
Okay.
setting one up a long time ago. That's
Yeah,
a
you
long time ago,
you can close the door,
But
but
there's
I
no
don't
lock.
think it has and it's not possible to attach a lock in it. But I can be mistaken. I can possibly the mods they have as well. I don't know. We have to see.
Oh, there was guns here in this thing. I don't know if you wanna check that. Last time I came here, there was guns.
Okay, yeah, we can check that.
Oh, there's another guy coming. Look at Tony. Tony, you want a rag? This lady has 6 rags.
Oh, good. Yes, thank you. Got.
Oh, okay. One of this. One gun. Do you need a shirt?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Restart is in 2 minutes. Probably best idea just log out.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll stand right here and log. Let's see, what is this? I don't need that one. Oh, okay. Okay, chat. I'm gonna go right here for you guys. There we go. And I'll be
Okay,
right back,
I'm
okay?
gonna get something to drink. Be back in a minute.
Okay, Tony. Be right back, too. Be right back, chat. Okay, Chad, we're going in. Me bring you guys back in. Okay, sounds on. You guys could see. Okay. Oh. Right. Oh, really? Oh man, I lost connection, chat. Oh, goodness. Okay, we gotta go. Be right back. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't keep doing that. So last night, I was on for a little bit with 2 other people and it kept disconnecting us. And finally we just gave up and, you know. So, it's gonna wait like a few seconds here. Okay, we're gonna try to go in. We're in queue. We're 10, thank you. Just be a few more seconds, guys.
Whoa. Been kicked. You too? Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Right. You're all right, mate. You okay? I'm just loading the game at the moment. I was playing for a bit earlier and it didn't crash. Yeah. Probably about 7 o'clock till 7:45 I was playing. So about 45 minutes and no crash.
Yeah, something like that. Worked pretty well.
Maybe they still need to tweak their code. That's a bit wrong. The queue position window's massive. Where are you guys?
We are at Portland area. We were making our way back to North
Mhm.
Trader.
Cool. When I came on earlier, Bella Black was on, and I don't know, Scarpine, somebody else that you've been playing with,
Hmm.
and they went off. I don't know, about 7:30.
Yeah, they're playing in another dayz server as well, I think.
Yeah, they was just hanging around by the trader for ages. 'Cause I was down on the beach fishing. Because when they had all the crashes, my fishing rod that I put in the storage box disappeared. I had to buy a new one.
Oh, darn. Was your fish still in there? In your inventory?
Well, when it crashed and I lost all my rod and my tackle box and all my bait thingies, only the minnows that you caught was in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just noticed that too. Yesterday, right before I logged out, I was like, wait, I have the fishing pole. That's what I was worried about. And then I was like, oh, all my baits and all my hooks are gone. I was
Mm,
like, oh well, they're like $100 only, so no biggie.
yeah.
I'm in queue.
Mhm.
Hopefully this crash doesn't do the same thing it did yesterday when we were trying to play.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't do that because that was really
Yeah.
annoying yesterday. But I suppose it's going to take them a bit to figure out what the bloody hell's crashed and everything.
So chat, today, since I'm streaming, I'm going to buy a vehicle before I log off, and I'm gonna put my stuff in there. That way, when the vehicle's not there anymore, I have proof. Hey, I bought one. It's gone. And you guys see it too. So we're gonna buy a vehicle before before we log off. Just put all our stuff in there as well. So I don't know how we're gonna do this, cause I don't know if Possum is. I haven't seen him in like 2 days on here, so I don't know if he has a tent. I wonder if he has a tent. Because I could go over there and put my locker in his tent. So it'll be me and Possum in one tent. And then maybe Static and Tony in the other. And that'll be 2 tents. You know? I'll just live with Possum. Yeah, I think that'll work out more.
Found any good guns recently?
Okay. But I'm in.
A few of them.
Hmm.
I found this gun. It's a weird gun. JMC
But nothing too special.
I'm looking for something a bit
I don't
bigger
know.
than a 5.56, that's all.
Oh well, I'm
This
testing
is a
a
5.56, so I'm selling both of these.
300 blackout
Um,
Oh,
where
yeah.
do we
carbine.
go? I'm saving this.
I just found a 100
A
rounds
beach
magazine that I
chair.
cannot
I'm gonna sell
buy at the
that.
trader for some reason, or at least it's not listed at the name of this weapon.
Hmm.
Who knows? The thing is, the ammo is way more expensive for these other weapons.
Okay, chat. Let me bring you
Ah,
guys in.
that's always a problem.
Normal. Okay. Here we go. Thanks for being patient. Hopefully we don't crash. No more crashes. Oh, somebody rolled back 500 meters. Oh my god. So we gotta keep an eye on our screen on the left hand side for that red symbol. If we see it, we gotta slow the car down.
I've got loads of coca seeds.
No,
Don't want
don't
any
go in the
coca seeds, do
ocean.
you?
Well, we could grow that, make money with it. I don't know
Mm,
where that sells. I'm guessing it's a black market though.
probably.
I don't know the price either, but guessing it's good as well. Especially the coca, more expensive than the weed should be.
Oh, slow down, Tony. Slow down. Slow down.
Oh, we got a crash.
Yeah. Darn it.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I hope our car does not go into the ocean.
That's annoying.
Oh my
Wonder what they're
goodness.
saying about this.
Chat. This is like annoying. Well, we got in for a little bit. I don't want to drown. Hope we're not in the ocean. gonna try to go in a few seconds. I'm gonna wait a few seconds.
I wonder if they're going to try and look at what's going on again. No wonder why it's all of a sudden started to crash again. Hmm.
Okay, we're gonna try to go in again.
Okay. I spawn some distance behind where I disconnected. And I don't see the car. Where I should look for it? Ahead or...
Oh, you're up there.
Just gonna take a look back there.
What's the underground, by the way?
Oh, it's a cave, but the NVGs do not work properly inside. You have to combine the NVG with the lamp of the gun. Your headlamp, I guess. I don't know. That's possible to use at the same time. But yeah, it's super dark. I went there and I was almost stuck with some stuff, so I decided to just leave.
I'm tap you guys in. There we go. Okay. We have our backpack.
I'd go and do some fishing, but there's like literally no point. If it's going to start doing Crasherama again.
Yeah, I just wanna get my car and take it back to the trader. So, part.
Mm,
Probably good idea. Wait a little bit before doing something else.
Let me see if an admin's on.
it's a shame there isn't somewhere right by the trader that you can go mooching at. Literally nothing here though, is there? Until we get a lot further down the road. There's some kind of building up on the hill. Is that a church?
Hold on. Yeah.
Pipes.
Oh, yeah, I
right.
think it's a church.
Ah, some pipes.
We didn't even see that coming. We're like looking
What
and
kind
see
of
if the
pipes? I have
admin's
no
on.
idea because I can't bring up my sight to have a look. I'm going to be nosy.
Tony, we're right by the water, right? So it should be right there where the water is.
Oh dear, I hope I ain't gone in the water.
Yeah, a little bit ahead. Could be in the water or in the woods. There is some woods before the water, so probably on the road or the woods. Don't know. We were going around this area.
Don't know what
I
purpose.
disconnected in the curve ahead.
Don't know what the purpose. Oh, here we go.
Oh darn, we're disconnecting again.
Crash.
Again? Damn.
Yeah, the chains
Yeah.
come up.
Oh my god. We just need to find that vehicle. Chat, this is crazy. We need to find the vehicle,
Yeah,
chat.
well.
We need to at least find the
Try
vehicle.
once more. Yeah, but if it keeps crashing like this, I just give up and made a ticket later if needed.
Yeah.
Cause
Yeah.
No point.
Let me read this. Go and see what they say.
Yeah, let's see that.
Let me look. Donation, general. Okay. Okay, our friend's not on, so. Okay, admin. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we might have to make a ticket. Excuse me. We like this server. We want to play on this server, but it's not letting us. Let's see.
Mm. Wonder where the server is.
Don't know, but possibly North America.
I don't know, but my ping's not massive on it.
Yeah, me neither.
That's why I was
I don't
wondering
know.
where it was more than anything. Because like,
It's really hard for me to get that lower ping from a server that is on Europe. So I think in North America.
like 15 to 40 is local for me, so like UK kind of local. And what am I getting on it at the moment? Oh. 20.
Wow, that's very low. I think that also depends on
What's the
host.
172.11.58? $58.
Okay, let's go in.
I'm back at the trader.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I could get in now. Tony, are you able to get in?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I just got in. And I am...
Where are you?
Damn.
What?
Even
Further?
further than...
Run.
Okay, well... Yeah, I'm running back.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the States. It's New York. Yeah, New York.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They must just have decent internet there.
Yeah, probably also the host is proper server dedicated for games, not like home hosted. Make it faster for sure.
And then I've got another one on here, exactly the same IP address for Texas, Dallas as well.
Okay, we're in queue. We're number 1.
But most of them are
0.
saying, yeah, Texas, Dallas, or New York.
And it's countdown in.
Strange. Strange that it gives 2 different places.
Okay. We are in. Okay, let me bring you guys in with me. Wow, Tony's far. Hopefully you'll find a car.
That's one thing I haven't found yet. Sewing kit.
So I need to make it back to where Possum is too, and raise his flag. I don't think he's been in like 2 or 3 days, so yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna live with Possum. I'm just gonna put my stuff inside. I don't know if he has a tent.
I see the car.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 250 meters away in the corner.
Oh, okay. I was like, mark it. I gotta lock it though, right? We have to lock it.
Yeah. Yeah, and possibly take it to the trader if possible.
Yeah. If possible.
Yeah, if you can make it there anyway. Hopefully.
It's in the woods?
No, it's in the road. Middle of the road.
Oh, okay.
At least you can see it. I went round by the base earlier
When
and
it
found
made
some stuff again.
we got disconnected and it bounces Tony and I all the way back.
The tables down there are really good. I think you picked a
Yeah.
very good place to have your base. Oh, I can see you on the distance now.
No, please don't.
Oh, because it finally showed up.
make it to the trader before it crashes. Chad, we've been fighting with the crash. We've just been trying to make it to trader to put the car away.
Yeah, we're 1K away.
We can do this. No crash, no crash. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, please. No, no. Slow down, Tony. Slow down.
Oh, here we go, crash.
No. No. Chat. No. Oh my god. It's gonna.
Okay, at least this time the car is locked.
Well,
Yeah, well, it's possible. Who knows?
Oh, I don't think it's locked. We're inside, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You
when
can
we
lock it from inside. You press U
Oh, you locked
and
it.
it goes locked.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I did.
Oh my god. You know what it's gonna do, Tony? It's gonna pull us all the way back.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to do something like that.
I don't even know, chat. I mean, it's like.
the game actually crashed as well that time.
Damn.
Oh, your Steam is okay, but the game is gone. Goodness, chat. People are posting like, oh, not this again. Was it around the same time that we're having problems yesterday?
What?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
But
Probably a
then,
time where many people is joining the server.
yeah. But I did see somebody saying about loads of servers have been having trouble. It's not just this one, it's lots of them since the update.
Yeah, I'm next to the car. Nice. We're not too bad. Yeah, so it was locked.
Okay, we're gonna go in. Okay, I'm not in yet.
You're way back according to the server.
So I'm 18 and Q. I'm wondering if Tony, you should just get in the car and drive it to, and I'll just run.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
because and then if you do crash for some reason, it hit you again. It looks like it's helping you to stay next to the car. Okay, chat, we're gonna run to trader. I think it's pretty safe though. It's we're on a big road. I don't think those. I'm trying to remember because I spawned in at Portland, and I ran to the trader, and it was just in the city that had a bunch of stuff, but outside of it on the road, I didn't have any issues. So hopefully nothing.
Dear, my big
But I
safe
do
is gone.
have, if there was a bear, I do
Yeah.
have the Kavori, so
That doesn't sound good.
the 238.
Lost my solar panel too.
So I could pull that out. At least I kind of have a chance. Okay, we're number 1. 0. Okay. Countdown. Okay. Let's see. This one.
Okay. The car has been stored into the garage.
Yay.
Hopefully.
You guys are in. Voice is on.
Oh, hello.
We're running to trader.
Well, got you some NVGs, but I will give it to you later when it's safer
Okay, mate.
to do
Yeah.
so.
Unless you hand it to me and I'll quit out straight away.
Yeah, but who knows if that exactly time make a server crash and
You got a
they
new
go
vest on.
away. Yeah. But I bought it in the P2P for 30,000.
I'll check you out, money bags.
Yeah, well, now we have some stuff in the other P2P trader. We don't know when it's coming back.
Yeah, it'd be good to have that money, huh, Tony?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing some point we'll get it.
Yeah, they do say at some point it'll come back, so. I'm 300 away, yay!
Nice.
I'm at the bridge! This bridge means you're almost there. Yeah, safe zone. Do not crash. Do not crash. Don't crash on me.
I've got 2 of them metal wires. Did you manage to sell any of them metal wires?
Okay, so
No.
I'm gonna look through my
I mean,
stuff.
I used
And
to.
that way, if
And the guy that was standing up here, you remember?
when we log
The guy
in
with the yellow helmet.
and it's gone,
But yeah,
you know
we have
what's
to wait
gone
for
from my
that to come
inventory?
back, or probably try to
completely
sell it
forgot.
at the P2P trader, the other one. I don't know if he buys that. So-
Steve gave me a horn, a water that you could drink out of. See, the water horn is gone. The horn, like it looks like a horn. You can't blow on it, but it
That
has
dude's
water.
feet look massive.
Okay, so a sleeping bag. This, flops, gas mask. The helping hand. Okay, I better not lose that helping
Look
hand.
at his feet. Oh, it
White
must be
spray can.
feet shoes are he's wearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Magazine for my 5.56.
Massive fit.
Ammo, the Kubori magazine. Magazine for my SA, 308. Here's the two guns, MK and SA 58. MK is for 5.6. And then on my backpack, I have the Kubori gun, which is, oh, that's the one I picked up. That's not it. It's on the backpack. Where is it? Right here. Here it is. Okay, gray one. And it has a magazine. It's fully loaded. Blue triple locker. Beach kit. Box refrigerator magnet. Fireworks. And DKMCT 5000. Okay, chat? That's what we have. So, that's our proof. We have this plate carrier. We're wearing these clothes. We do have night vision, assault boots. Okay. Oh, did Tony log out? He's right there. And I don't know if I should sell anything. I'm scared to sell anything. So I'm not going to. Look, it looks like it might. Oh, Scar logged out there. Bella logged out at the drinking fountain, looks like. Bella logged out there. Let's get some water. Look, it looks stable right now.
Yeah.
Well, it was like that earlier.
It's weird. Maybe some people gave up. That's why. You think because the server's packed? Too? That's part of it?
It could be the amount of
Possibly,
people.
yeah.
I mean, it is Friday night. I mean, depends what people are doing Friday night. Is that Friday night for both of you too?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There's 56 online at the moment.
I don't think I'm gonna sell any of my stuff because
Here we go.
I don't know.
Crash again, right?
Yep. I've seen the person in front of me with the big feet froze.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I hope I have my backpack in my hand.
Well, I think it's
Chat.
time to take a break from Savage Lands for a bit.
You know?
I think dayz in general, and everything seems to be
Yeah,
broken
possibly.
according to other people. What games have you got, Kuppa, on Steam?
Whoa, that sucks, right?
Mm,
I think, chat, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back in and see if my backpack is in my hand. And then log out.
unless you manage to get back to the trader.
So.
Yeah. At least we're back there.
We think we're back there.
And left the car there. Yeah, we probably should join back and make sure.
Yeah, one more
I
time,
don't
then
know.
just log out. Join, check, log
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just
Yeah.
to check the cars in the garage.
Yeah, and then log out. I'm gonna see if my backpack is in my hand because I was drinking water. And then
I
I'm
just
logging out.
reloaded a magazine. Well, whatever it is, it's not actually properly crashing the server. It's just kicking all the players, isn't it? Because the server's like back up within seconds.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Other than that, do you guys like the server? Like how the trader, the people, all that, the economy, the map.
It's alright. It's dayz. Just be nice if it work.
Yeah, well, that will be. But in general, I like the server when it's not crashing.
Yeah, it's a good find, Tony. You did a good find there.
I know what we could do. We could check out, see if GGG's still working. See if any of their servers are crashing constantly.
Yeah, well, that could be an option, or we can just check in any other server as well.
Mm.
I'm having very, very high ping lately with the GGG server.
Yeah, it's always laggy in there, huh?
Well, all that happened to me was it unloaded the bullets or put into my magazine, so no mega difference.
You already joined?
Yeah, I'm back in.
Okay, I'm back in. Let me bring you guys back in with me. And your sound's on and your video's on. My backpack is in my hand. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna log in. Yeah, I have my backpack in my hand. So everything's good for me. I'm gonna log out right now before something else happens.
Yeah, it's a good
Okay.
idea.
Okay, let me log off. And
I'm sitting on
chat,
top of
and
the
we'll be right
cash
back
machine.
with you guys. And I don't know if they wanna go to a different server or end it here, so I'll check in with them and then I'll get back with you guys and see. Okay. Let's see. That's done. Let's close that.
Or about
Okay,
server always
the car
crashes when
is
it's
in the
58
garage.
players.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in, and the car is in the garage.
Okay,
So
log out,
I'm
log
just
out.
gonna log out as well. Yep.
So did you guys want to play another server, or should we just end it there?
That's interesting what they're saying here. EMS Matlock, whoever he is, said, I time-lapsed DZSA ping with an auto clicker and it crashes after 58 people.
Oh,
Pings under 20 with less than 40.
Where it says that?
In Deer Isle, dayz General for Savage Lands.
Hmm.
40 plus it reaches in the 30s and 40s. Yeah, but that's still nothing.
and admin posted that?
EMS Matlock's posted that. He's currently chatting on the general one in the Deer Isle part. Something is wrong with the server host. It can't handle where it should be able to.
I think so as well. But who knows? I'm gonna take a little break to get some food, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Maybe server is back on, or if you guys want to join a different server, just send the info and I'll download the mods for that.
Figure out something to do, can't we?
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Tony.
Right. See you in a bit, guys.
Okay,
See you in a
see
bit,
you in a
mate.
bit. So chat.
Right.
Let's see. What? Oh, you know what we could do? I know. Okay, that's relaxing.
What's your Steam name, Kuppa? I'll add you and then we can have a look at what games we can play.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even do that, the Steam thing. But yeah, I added you on here as friends, right?
On Discord, you have.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I even know that. I don't even have anyone on Steam.
Really, no mates on Steam.
No one on Steam. I don't even use that to talk to people.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that. I was on about finding your Steam profile to see what games you've got compared to mine.
Oh, I don't have any game. This is the only game.
Really?
Yeah. This is it. That's it. That's all I have. No. Are you gonna take a break, or are you gonna play another game while you wait for Tony?
Don't know what I'm going to do now. I've got loads of games and
Yeah, just play one of those while you wait.
yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty then. What talk to you in a bit?
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay, I'm gonna
ping off.
take a break and then I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Okay, mate.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Okay, so chat, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to remember yesterday we did our we built our base, not built our base, but we set our base up. That's what we're gonna finish. So let me go on there real quick. Or I'm thinking, oh, we could go to, oh, let me think. Oh, we could go to the other server. Okay, let me go to the other one. Hold on. Give me a second. It's logging in already, so I'm gonna, as soon as I log in, I'll log out. Okay, let me log out of here. Sorry. Okay, log out of here. And we're gonna go in the other one while we wait for them. Okay, let's see. Where's the other one at? This one. And I'm always missing a mod for this one, so it'll just be a second. It won't let me fix the mod before I go in, so I have to go in, and then it's gonna tell me I'm missing a mod, and then I have to come back out, fix the mod, and then go back in. Okay, so just give me a few seconds. That's what's gonna take me a few minutes. Okay, it's loading in. Okay, we are in. south. Nope. Okay. Okay. Oh, hip is on. So we'll go to. We'll go to. We'll go to. Maybe we'll go to. Let's see if he. Hey, hip. At which trader? Remember? Oh, is that? Did I do global? Is it this one? Group, direct, global. That's cute. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess. Darn. So we gotta go to base. Okay. Oh, group. Okay. Group. Direct, global, group. I guess we'll go over there. Let's see if we could fly over there. Okay. This is a. I hate flying. Oh, I hate flying on here because it's hard to fly. Okay. Let's see. Chat. Sorry, Alex. Okay. Okay. Group. All hidden. No. All visible. Yeah, I need all visible for now. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to. Okay. Open the door. Open the damn door. Okay. Let's look at our. Okay. I hate this. I hate these. It's this one. Okay, so unsorted. It's is it BB? It's unsorted. Let's see. Forward is. Forward is W. S. D. Up. Howley engine C. Let's see. Rise. Howley. Rise is. I don't know these. Maybe is it this one? It's unsorted, right? See, forward is W. Back is S. Left is it A? D, Q, rise, Hallie rise is W. This is W, rise is W. Forward is 8. Okay, it's 8. 2, 4, this is 6, this is A, D, rise is W, lower is S, this one is okay, Howling engine is left button. And auto is C, right? C. Okay, I think that's it. Chat, we're gonna die. Okay. Let's see if we can fly this thing. I think that's how I do it. Get in. Shim goes, Z goes down. I know, but what about the others? Did I do it right, Skittles? Hi, Matt Skittles. Did I do the other one right? Okay, let me. Okay, here we go. Okay, we either, well, at least the ocean is that way, okay? And if we, something happens, you know, we're on land. Oh, okay, okay. So if, so if I die, do I blame you? I'd blame you, right, Matt? Okay, here we go. Up. 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 It's not going up. 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 Something's not right. Okay, let me stop the engine. Let's look at the... I thought I put W for up. Oh. That's what went wrong. Okay. Okay. Like that. And I think like that. Chat. It's foggy too. We're doing okay, right? We're doing okay. I think I'm okay, right? We'll go slow. We'll go slow. We're doing good. Guys, we're doing it. I hate this system of flying. How's it going, Matt? How's your day? Look, we're 4.2 away. I should just keep it right here. Right here. Look how pretty this is. Pretty. I like looking from on top. Wouldn't it be nice in real life to have like a heli? You just like ride around and, you know, do your thing. Do your little things. We're 2.7. We're doing it. We're doing good. Okay. Come on. I don't even know what setting I did there. I don't think I even remember. $1.7. Okay, so we see the hippo's these names, so that means that we're close. No. Don't lag on me. Okay. Oh, okay. So I could I think hover. You could hover like this by pressing E, right? Oh, no, C. C. Okay. And then it just hovers like that. I think it hovers like that. Okay. And you know what? I forgot something, so I'm gonna tap out real quick. And darn it, I forgot this. Oh, okay. Hopefully we don't crash. I forgot to put this in here. Sorry. There we go. See? Okay, I'm back. Okay, so now we gotta go here. Okay, so we did the C to disable to autopilot. Now to go down, I press this. And if I want to, I can't crash. I want to go closer. Okay. And then just go down. And ta-da! Oh, and disable. Right. Okay. Is that right? We're just gonna stay here for a second. Hopefully the heli didn't. Okay. Doesn't fly off. So I should see enable. Okay. So that means it's disable. Oh. Okay. Close that. Look at my teddy bear in back of my backpack, chat. Look. He's like that, like that. Isn't that that ridiculous? Okay, I need to pack this. Pack it, not open. I have a hard time like finding it to pack. So we need to pack that. And when we pack it, it's in our inventory. You gotta go find it. Where is it? Where is it? Look how ridiculously I look. There it is. There's my heli. I like to put it up here. That's the car. The heli goes second. The car goes first. And we're here. At base. We made it! We didn't die! Okay, so let me look at my stuff. And I think we could plant. Let's look at our pack of pumpkin seeds. I think we could plant this. Plant, plant, plant. Take that. And where's my water at? Oh. Why wouldn't it let me water it? Oh, it's already watered. Look. It's already watered. Yeah, it's already water. See? That's how you know it's already water when it's dripping like that. That's weird. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for those. Let's throw our trash away in this bin. That's a trash, right? Paper, okay. And then I gotta put my stuff away. Let's go in here. What's in here? Oh, there's seeds. Okay, so we'll put those seeds here. And is there room for this? Yeah, okay. Put that there. And that goes there. Okay, all this stuff needs, okay, the teddy bear. Look at my teddy, look at this shelf. Isn't that amazing? Look at this cute shelf. I'm gonna go like that. See? Okay, so we have a, let's see, we have a white one already. Is this, okay, so we could sell this one. Brown one, we have green one. What does the green one look like? It has the, okay, is this one the same? Yeah. This pink one has GG on there. Is this the same one? Yeah. So I could sell this one. Yellow. Yellow has, I don't know what it says there. GG also. Okay. I could sell that one. And this purple one has a heart. And it's the same one. So we'll sell all those. We gotta close this. I think we gotta close it. Oh. Get out of here. Okay. Goes there. I want to keep these. Some of these are, I think, does he have the weapon in here? Important ammo. Okay, ammo. Oh, okay, so ammo has these stuff. So we'll put that there. building stuff. Building, okay. Oh my god, okay. Building stuff. This one has medical stuff. Goes there. Let's swap these two. Medical bag. Close that. And what's in here? This one's empty. Okay. Where did he put the guns and stuff? Let's see. Not here. Not here. Down here. Guns. We're looking for guns. Where's the guns? Is it in here? Oh, okay. So we need to put this. Put this in here. And this in here. Okay, these are all the gun. Oh, I want to save this. So save that. And I think he uses this ammo. So we'll put that next to this. And these clothes, we wanted to sell. I'm gonna sell these. So this is sell all these, sell this. And do we have a leather kit with us? We do. So we'll put the leather kit away. I think I saw some in here, so we'll put it in here. Okay, close that. And I think that's it. Yep. Yeah. Okay, that's all we need to do. Okay. Okay, let's see if our friend is on. I think Hip went take a break, so. Oh no, he's not on. Darn it. Okay. Let's go to the, is this the way out? Yeah. Is this the way? Okay. Oh, there's our plant. Okay. I wonder if we should, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna run to the military real quick, it's just right there. And loot it. And then we'll come back in. Hopefully those are not burned. Oh. And here, I think I left some guns for him to sell. Yeah, these are so, you sell all these. This is the sellable tent. Okay, our flag is raised. Okay, let's go to the military real quick. It's just up the hill, so we're just gonna run there. Oh, 15 minutes, restart. Darn it. I think we'll make it. We'll make it there. But you know what I noticed? Last time I loot here, I can't climb the tower. I can't, but we have to take down all the Zephyrs because when you climb the tower and you don't take the Z down, there's a glitch. And it won't let you climb the ladder, and then the Z will keep hitting you and then you'll die. So I don't know about that. I'll show you what I mean when I climb that ladder. to the tower, so you have to take them out first. I didn't take them out the first time, and I was like, no, no. It's full if anybody wants it. What's in there? What's at the donation? Right. Global. I want to go look, but I have to fly there and stuff, so no, I don't want to fly there. Oh yeah, that'd be enough. Where's the rest of you? Where's the rest of you? Okay. I'll show you what I mean. Go over here. Okay. Let me take all these off. Sorry. Okay, watch. When I climb this. Oh, it's not happening today. Darn it, just when I have witnesses. Yeah, I'll glitch right here. All the time. I'll take that. Take this. What is this? 308? Okay. Let's take those. I'm so cheap, I don't want to buy any 308. Take that gun. We don't need more knives. Minutes. Okay, let's see if we glitch on this one. Oh my goodness. It's not glitching because you guys are here and you see it. Ash. Would it fit there? Nope. Boots. This is a good gun to have, right? And one more crate. Okay, it's gonna restart. Let's see. Let me check some of this. Let me shack real quick. What is that? Drink water. There's water there? Oh, there is water there. Huh. There's a crate here. Oh my god, there's a crate. Oh my god, there's a crate. Where's my key? Tan, there's a crate. Hurry! Hurry! Restart's coming. Hurry! Open. Look! VSSK, some teddy bear, a Kolak, stupid. Is that? I hear you. Okay, is it? That's it? I don't get a key? Darn it! Yeah, we got a crate. And you can't even take this crate, like, see? Me. You can't take the crate. You can't, like, take it. What's this? Okay, is that the only... we're just looking for... the shacks. There's two shacks over here. A broom? You know what? We should light that broom. Come on. Let's light the broom. Let's light the broom. This is fun. Look! Look! Wow! Look! Isn't that pretty? First person you can't see, but third person. Isn't that gorgeous? Look. We're running a marathon and this is the one that you pass to the other person, you know? Oh, darn. Okay. Is my fire gonna blow out? Pipe wrench, do we need that? Do we need to turn some kind of gas off with that? Oh, oh look! Got that. Big wooden shelf. Big wooden shelf. We got that. Let's see. See? Big wooden shelf. Is that a Z? Okay. What if we hit him with this? is that, but you know, it's done. It's done. We're out of breath. Don't you guys think that was funny? That's like hilarious. I can't. Is there any food in here? Whack. Shoes. We love our broom. We love it. Wee! Wee! Yeah. That's right. Best not mess. Better not mess. How do you say it? I better not mess. I hear another Zed. Where are you at, ding dong? Oh, it's a priest. Let's go up here. Darn you. Okay, where's my shoes? He hid my shoes. It's interesting. Take a minute, right? Chat till restart. There's a priest. Is that a... Yeah, 2 minutes. What is that guy? Just regular guy? One down. That's gonna be a restart. Oh, here comes another lady. Here comes that lady. Okay, chat. It's restart. Okay. I'm gonna go like this. And be right back. Exit there. And I'll be right back. going in. Just be a second. We are in. Sorry about that. I'm had you guys mute. We're in Cherno. I was in Deer Isle earlier. Alright, look, our broom is still here. Okay. Let's take our guns. Oh, let's check these two real quick. Let's take our gun and go sell it, but that guy said that he has a bunch of stuff at Highlands, so instead of Green Mountain, let's go to Highlands and see if there's any goodies there. Okay, where's our base? I think I hit all the... Oh. Marcus is set for that one. So yeah, we're on DW Journal. I think there's a bunch of Z over here. I don't know why they're there. Like these guys right here? On my left? Like they're just standing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing to protect. Look. There's like a bunch of them. I'll go first person, see? I mean, what are they doing there? There's nothing there. Then our base is up there, up on a hill. But why are these guys here? That's what I'm confused about. Like, what are they protecting? Carrying this broom. It's still lit. Hey. No. No. Hi, Coffee Hunter. There is no picture. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Coffee. Okay. Okay. There. Thank you so much. Oh, I was saying Coffee Lake right here. I don't know why these Z are here. Watch. Look. Anyways, we're in DW, channel. Earlier I played, Deer Isle. So I switched over. I don't know why these guys are here. There's nothing to loot there. There's no building. Nothing. There's our base. So like when I'm up here and I'm running to the military, I have to be careful because that's a lot of Z, you know? Just standing there, you know, wanting to kill me. But yeah, I turned off the markers. But we're gonna go to Highland because somebody said that they left some goodies there. So I'm gonna take some of my guns in here and go sell those guns. I'm gonna sell those. I don't want to sell these little things because I get confused. Does the VSSK sell over there? I forget. Or is it only on mats? Okay, so I'm gonna leave this. We're not selling that. Not selling that for now. We'll leave these. Okay, these sell at... I'll just leave these in here though. Okay. So let's close this up so nobody sees it. Coffee, do you like my base? Oh, my pumpkins are ready! My pumpkins! Okay, let's put our... Look, when you put it down, look at the broom. Our pumpkin is ready. We planted some pumpkin. Just to see, you know? We have a garden. Okay, if you need food, come over here and grab some pumpkins. Look. Where's my knife? Let's cut one of them.
@_Sicilian GRL just followed.
Why isn't it let me cut the pumpkin? Is it because it needs a different knife?
Coffee Hunter 24 just followed.
That knife won't cut it. See? Okay. I think, I don't think these are protected, right? Yeah, they are. Okay, so I could come back and grab them later. I gotta go to, what the? Why is it moving? Stop moving. We just want to eat a little bit of pumpkin, a slice of pumpkin. Look, so funny. This is our base. Cute, right? Two of us live here. And, okay, we're gonna go to Highland. So let me put the mark back. Hidden, Ovid. Okay. Highlands over. But I think I'm gonna just TP over there. It's over there. That way. No. Where's Highland? Green Mountain. It's over there, right? That's Matt. Highland over there. Yeah, that way. Okay, we're just gonna TP over there. I don't think we need anything else. Okay. So, let me hide all these markers then. Let's TP to Highland. There we go. There's a lot of Z here though. See? I noticed that. Every time I come here. Like, loads of Z. Look. Look at this sunflower field. Isn't that pretty? Look. Pretty, right? So pretty. We could hide in here from someone. What is that thing right there? What is this thing? You see this right here? What is this? Oh, somebody killed a Zad here. Oh, somebody's hungry. Hello? Are you hungry? Do you need food? Do you need food? Okay, okay. I'll drop you some food, okay? I'll drop you some food, okay? Let's see. Okay, right there. Pick up the food. There's 3 more pieces. No. There's 3 more pieces on the ground next to me. Right there. Okay, make sure you grab all of them. I'm gonna go to the trader and sell some stuff. Why is that guy hungry for? Oh, crap. Why is all them admin here for? Okay, where's the trash? Where's all the stuff at? Do you guys know what all the stuff are that people are giving away? Maybe over here by the donation. Hey, hungry guy. There's food over here, okay? There's food right there. Where is that guy that's hungry at? Where did he go? Who's like really hungry? I don't know. Anyways, nobody's talking. I don't know why. No, why isn't anybody talking? These are supposed to be admins. Look, all the admins are here. And nobody's talking. Anyways, let's sell our stuff and get out of here. Did you see the food? Oh, okay. Did you eat some food? Okay. Cause you're like growling.
Bird is the word.
Your stomach was growling. I don't think you could cuff somebody at,
I
the
died.
safe zone, right? Yeah.
No, not in a safe zone.
Too bad. So sad, right? I always forget what I'm carrying. Okay, so I'm carrying the You know what? We need to put this stuff in our vehicle. Can we put our vehicle here? No, this one. Okay. Don't touch my car.
Military lockers, military crates.
No, it's a joke. We're not being serious. Yeah, it's just a server joke.
Yeah, okay, but it's
My car's
when I
good there.
opened
Don't take
the
my
military
car.
crate, I found that thing inside the crate. But it's
Yeah, if you find a
shitload.
DW crowbar, those are indestructible. Like, you don't have to repair them. That's the special thing about them.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
See you soon. Bye bye.
Bye.
Where can I get a screwdriver from?
I might have one on me. Yep.
I'd like to put my
There you go.
car there because, and then my guns, because I might
Thank
accidentally
you. I
sell
appreciate
it. Okay?
it. I didn't know you
Not a
needed
problem.
that to put the anvil and stuff together.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, you can
Alright,
buy them at the
thank you.
trader, at the tools trader too, if you wanted to.
I just tried to. It said that I couldn't because it's got the negative one on it.
Oh no shit. I thought we could buy those. Okay. Well, if you need any more, let me know. I got like 6 of the base.
Alright, thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I could leave
So-
my car like out like that for a few minutes, like 5 or so, right?
Are you talking minutes?
Minutes. Because
Yeah.
okay, so
Yeah,
the
just
reason
try.
why I do that is because I put all my guns on me on there, so I don't accidentally sell it. And then after I sell it, I, pack the car right away, as fast as
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
can.
just
fine.
make sure you lock it though. Even though
Okay.
it's a PvE server, just make sure you lock it.
Okay, because I done that before. What I accidentally sold, weapons. So
Oh, I think your mic might have died.
I said sometimes I accidentally sell it if I don't put it in the vehicle. The
Okay.
gun.
Yeah.
So I do that now, and it makes it easier, to just click,
Yeah.
sell, and then run back to the vehicle, get my gun, pack the car.
There you go. Yeah, just make sure if there's something inside of it though, you lock it so nobody goes up to it. And, yeah.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay.
Oh, what? Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
Hey, Kuppa,
Yeah.
do you know anybody growing pumpkins?
Yes. Why?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're actually illegal on the server. So, do you know where it's at?
Yeah. Why? Why is it illegal to grow
We-
pumpkins?
Because they're too big.
Where does it say that at?
I'm messing with you.
Oh, I was like, what? I'm growing
Yeah, we were
pumpkin.
watching your stream. You're probably. I think you're the first person I've seen actually grow vegetables. Everybody's growing the weed.
Oh, I like to grow like a vegetable garden. So when people are hungry and they, walk by my place, they could eat some veggies,
Yeah, that's cool. Yep.
right? I don't know. But I'll pick them up though. I'll pick them up. Don't worry.
No, we're just messing with you. We're just messing. We're just giving you a hard time.
Okay. Let's see. So that. So that. That one. Okay, I think that's it, right? Okay. And then let's double check the guns. Yep. I think we got everything. Look, I look so funny. This is not how I even dress. You know? It's crazy. Okay. Okay, you know what? Let's donate these clothes right here. Let's go here and donate these clothes. I don't think there's anything on them, right? Nope, just double check, yeah. Look, there's plenty of food here, chat. If anybody wants any cannabis, let's donate that. We don't need that. Oh my god, we forgot our broom, chat. We forgot our broom. Darn it. We have 2 VSSK to sell. I guess they don't sell it here. They sell at mats. So. We don't need that. Okay. See, vehicles, clothing. Consumable tools. Here it is, tools. Let's go to tools. And we want to sell that. We want to sell that. We want to sell that. Oh, that girl was looking for a screwdriver. I have one. I don't think I need this one. I have one at home, I think. And I think that's all I need to sell here. Okay. Let's go deposit our money. Okay, chat, this is Highland. This is the trader. Look, okay, I love this cheetah, whatever it is. Look how cute that is. And then this is the clothes and vehicle. This is the trash. I'll give you guys a download. Look, it's Groot, right? That's Groot. Isn't that Groot? And this is the 235,900. Deposit that. ATM. Donation. Let's close that. So maybe it, right? So it doesn't lag the sofa. I don't know. You can't cook food here. That's the only thing that, like, doesn't make sense. So you can't cook food though. You can't cook food anywhere here. Water fountain, trash can, lots of trash can, consumable, and tools. And that's it. Let's go get our guns. Let's see. What the hell is this? It says no parking. What happens if we park here? Just kidding. Okay, unlock. Open that. Let's take our gun out. Not accidentally sell it. That's why we put it in there. There. Here. 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 Okay, that should be it. Let's go ahead and pack that. My wrench. Pack it. Look at this statue. Isn't it kind of scary? Scary, right? Okay, let's find it. Where is it? This is the hard part. Finding where the ticket is. Here it is. There it is. There. And our car goes here. Hell, it goes there. So we either log here or we fly back to base. What do you guys think? Look at this thing. Can we get up here? No. Look, you could walk right through it. What the? See? Walk right through it. What's... Okay, can you look up at it? This is his feet. That's crazy. Oh, goodness. Look. What is he doing with his hand? Look at that. I love this sign though, this trader sign. How it rotates. It's like pretty, right? What the? Something is pushing me. I think this is, what town is this? Let's look. Okay, let's go up here just in case. A bear. I think one time a bear came, right? Didn't it come? Okay. So we are... Let's see. There's Green Mountain. There's Highland. And this town is... Oh. Military. Okay, so Berezino is down here. Trying to think. Oh, okay, we're here. So I guess we've never looted here. We could loot here and then call it. What do you guys think? This is a tiny little military. I mean, we could run over here. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, they did, right? Coffee? Yeah. Like, it looks really nice, right? I think so. Wouldn't it be fun if these cars moved, right? Like, you could get in there like this and move. It'll move around. You could take a little ride. Ride the little cart. I don't think you could get in there, right? Let me see. No, you can't get in. Who's that? It's like a Z or something. I hear it. Like moving around. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah. Okay. There's all for you coffee. There's all the stuff that I have, I guess. Okay, okay, yeah. There's like a bunch of that around here. Where's my gun? Oh, I'm in the safe zone. I was like, wait, I can't kill him. Freaking in the safe zone. Okay. Let's check this shack. There's one up here. Oh, right here, right here, right here. Oh. I don't think I've seen these before, so I'm gonna pick these up. Where are you? Okay, let's go in here. Oh, okay, find me hole. Oh wow, there's a bunch of these. I got one earlier, right? Like, I think I put it in... Where did I put it? Right here. Yeah. Dude. Pepsi. I mean, Sprite. Sprite. We got Pepsi on the brain. Who doesn't love Pepsi? I mean, come on. You know? Look! I got a card! Yeah! We got a blank card. Okay, where's the other guy at? Oh, I didn't know there's a water well right here. Chat, where's the other guy at? There he is. Oh, that's not him. That's a rock. I thought he was right here. Oh, okay, there he is. Nothing. I got one of these. What are you doing? You see where she's going? She's like going like right here and then going here. I'm over here, lady. Oh, teddy bear. Crowbar. Oh. What's wrong with him? I'm not even taking those anymore. Okay, so we're gonna go. We did all this. Oh, thanks, Coffee, for the follow. I appreciate that. check this first. Oh, Ruben's here. Is that global? Did I do global? Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh man, I should have got my knife out and practiced my steel killing, right? Oh, did she see us? Oh, darn it. Oh, gosh, she's loud. She's loud. Like your mama. I'm kidding, Chad. Shut up! No! Hey! That's not fair! Oh, I forgot to pull out my my ass kicker. Oh god. My gun is gone. Okay. Two. Miss! You guys! Darn you! Hey, I didn't die, you know? I didn't die. Who spawned that on me? Who did that? You better confess right now. Who did that? Who put that bear right there? No, this is not ruined, right? Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god. Okay. Oh, oh no. Okay. This is ruined. This is damage. Let's fix that. Hey, who spawned that thing on me? Hello? Who spawned this bear on me? I know it just didn't appear out of nowhere. Okay, my glasses are... Oh, my tape is gone, but I have this. Okay. Where's that? Is that at? Where'd she go? Okay, she left. Food. I'm yellow. I know I have an IV in here. I do have a blood. I guess I could use my blood, huh? Yeah. This is the first time I get to use my blood. There we go. All good. Let's go cut this bear up. Who spawned this bear on me? I know it was one of you guys. You better tell me who it is. Who did it? I think these sell, right? The 10 and... Okay. Oh, did I look through all this already? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, this is a pretty color, right? Let's take that. Look at this plant. Yeah, I need admin help. Who spawned the bear on me? Oh, I have too much vitamins. I could take one though. This lady's crazy. See? Like, look. Finally. Grandma, come on. Come on. Just take the sweet time. Oh, God. You know what I didn't do? I need to check check something real quick. 1 second. 1 second, chat. Go here. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, chat. Like, who did it? That's right. I want to know who did it. Who did it? Sure. Sure. No one. Oh my God. Look, okay, when I go like this, see, look, is it this suit I'm wearing? It's this suit, right? Let me, okay. Yeah, see? It's a suit. It's this armband. See? Look. That's the armband. See? It's like... It's got food. Okay. Chat, we're done here in this town. Let's go to Green Mountain and then we'll log from there. Do you guys like this server? I love this server. Hip and I play here, and I love it. Just absolutely love it. But yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to streaming more from this server because they got a bunch of stuff going on, like what is it? You have entered. Okay. So they have like let's see. Let me put the markers back and show you guys. Hey, those of you who watches my stream, I know a lot of you guys have, you play or stuff like that and you watch my stream, later. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that. I see the numbers. So I absolutely appreciate that. And if you miss my stream, I put it on YouTube so that it doesn't ever get deleted. So you could watch there as well. Let's do the obvious. Okay. So Matt is where you sell the special guns that you have, like the VSSK that I will sell. Let's put this away so we don't accidentally sell it. I have not been to the toxic zone. That's where I want to go. So Hip and I want to go there, the toxic zone. That sounds like fun. We did the jump of death, the DW jump of death. That was fun. We went to get a heli. Got the base. We went to the fish and fur. What else is there? Yeah. So that would be next for us, like the toxic zone. That's gonna be an interesting one. So yeah. So make sure you tune in because I will probably be streaming from here on this server, you know, and showing you around and all the amazing stuff that you could do on here. It's called DW. I think let me look. Let's see. Does this show the name? Oh, it does. Okay, let me give them a shout out real quick. It's called. Okay, it's called. Okay, so DW is for the Discord, but it's called Degenerate Warriors. Yeah. So that's what it's called, and it's a PvP, PvE server. You start with 40k, and they have key cards. That's what it was. Like all the key cards. That's what makes it really fun. And then you have like a little mini map on the right hand side. You see that right there? Okay. So let's go to, and this is the neat part. I love this. Like when you press 1, you could TP. So we're gonna go to Green Mountain Trader. We'll just TP the. Oh, do we have a friend here? He's selling stuff, okay. I think it's 10k to TP. You don't have to have the money on you. Oh, there it is. There, right there, chat. On the right hand side, right there. So write that down. And if you come on here, you know, say hi to me. Okay? This is Green Mountain, another trader, so I just TP here. This is actually closer to my base. So next time I log in, I'm gonna sell. Do I have some stuff to sell in here? Oh, I should have gone to sell my bear steak and stuff instead of Green Mountain. It's fine. It's fine. So we're here, and we got a friend here who's trying to jump. There he is. There he goes. We got it. Yeah, there you go. Let's see what's over here. Oh my god, look, they got barrels. Do I need any barrels? Maybe a closed one, right? I need a closed one. Okay. Important stuff. Why can't I carry this? Is it too big? Are you kidding me? It's too big? Right there, yeah, that fits. Ow, I don't need that one. Oh. no use left. Okay. Oh, this is what we need. We need a medic one. Okay. And do we need a food one? Oh, we have a refrigerator, so we don't need a food one. Okay, that's all I need. Let's close this. There we go. And see the sign? Free stuff! Okay, do we need to give away some of our free stuff? Oh, we could give one of these away. Open that. There we go. What else do we need to give away? Okay, that's good. Okay. I think that's it for us here, chat. Let me check on. Let's see if. Okay. And so we're gonna jump into the other server. So it'll just be a second, okay? I'm gonna log off here. I guess you know what server it is, so I'll just log off like this. And he'll show you the name of the server. And I don't think they care if I promote it, so that's why I went ahead and did that. Sometimes I don't show it because I don't know if people want me to. Like, and I'll say the name of the server or whatever that I'm playing on. So we're done there. We're gonna jump off to the other one with our friend. So it'll just be a minute, okay, chat? Be a minute.
Oh, here she is. Hello.
Hi Tony. Hi Static. I'm just
Hey,
gonna log in
Kuppa.
right now. Did you guys have a good break?
Well, I watched the last episode of Star Trek Discovery, and I don't know what Tony was up to. Listening to his dog whinge, I think.
Listen to what? Tell me that again.
His dog was whinging in the background.
Wait, you have a dog?
Yeah. Two of them.
Oh, what's your dog's name?
Is Hansel. The male and the female is called Kira.
Really? I didn't know you had dogs.
Yeah. I do.
So you're
They're
a dog.
more. I mean, the female is belongs to my sister, which doesn't live here anymore. Long time ago, and the male is like the guardian dog from the house for the house. Because
okay.
kind of open place, and we need a dog.
Mm. Right. How does this personal storage thing work, Tony? Because I ain't got bleeding clue. Because it's pretty shit, the interface.
Sorry, say that again, please.
How does this personal storage thing work? Because the interface is bollocks. Right, so. How'd you get things back out of it?
Yeah,
I don't
take
know.
it, please.
Yeah, go on then, thanks.
Okay, we're in chat. I'm just gonna pull you guys in.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Hopefully, Coffee, hopefully you're still here with us. We are here.
7K, okay.
So let me sell some of my stuff. I'm gonna sell some of my stuff. Hopefully it
Okay.
sells.
Tell him we don't have
Yeah.
money at the moment then. Better.
So far you guys are okay? In the server, nothing weird?
Do you want it to?
I lost my money with Kuppa. No, just leave it. We don't want to pay any money for it.
Yeah, don't worry about it, mate.
What? What do you say?
Thank you. Thanks, mate. I lost my money, yeah, I lost it. I don't know
What do you mean
how,
you lost your
but
money?
zero money in my account, my bank account when I log in. I was
Shut
going
up!
to,
Really?
yeah, really, yeah. Very, really, yeah.
What about you, Static?
I'm fine. I've not lost any money, but I've not lost any gear either yet since.
Tony, do you know how much money you have?
I don't remember, but 100 and something. 100K and something more, I don't know.
Okay, this is how
Probably
much, chat, this
150 or
is how much
something
I
like that.
have. Deposit all. Okay, that's how much I have, okay? I don't think mine's fine. So, I'm gonna write my number down. Okay, you need to put in a ticket right there.
Static already gave me some... No, I'm not going to put any ticket for that. Static already helped me out with some money. I sold a few furniture from the car. And I'll be alright. Thanks,
sure?
Kuppa. I just don't think... Yeah, I don't think it's needed to bother the admins at this point. All the trouble. For, I don't know, 100K. They will probably say it's nothing. I mean, it's not that much. And just farm the money again, I guess.
Oh, look, I could sell this seed here. And just get it over with. Yeah, I just sold it. Okay, Tony. Tony's such a nice guy, you know?
Okay, you ready to go to the base?
Yeah. I just rearranging my inventory a bit. I've just freed up some space.
Let me look and see what else. Oh, I need to sell this magazine. Okay, I think that's all for me. Okay, let's go deposit this money.
Go draw a captain.
Sorry. Couldn't hear anything from because of the chopper.
The
Hey,
chopper's a
Tony, where's your car?
gyrocopter.
Right there.
I'm
Here.
gonna put something
This one.
inside real quick. And
Okay. No problem. Go ahead.
I'll put it on the bottom. Why can't I put stuff on the bottom? One more second. I'm going to put
You know,
this
do you not
gun
get
in
any
storage.
sort of money on this server? What is that crap?
Okay. No problem.
Okay. We'll put this Kalori in here in storage.
That's a nice barrel, man. Think you do
Said
some
that.
gardening?
Hey, who's asking about the starter cache?
Yeah, me, man. What the fuck is that shit? It tells me
So,
zero.
for the
It tells me zero on my bank account.
starter cache, the cache is set up to be enough to allow you to start fishing and buy like really basic medical supplies. For the most part, you're going to be using taxi services and EMS services on the server. They are free of charge. You just kind of call, and if one's on and available, you can make about 60 to 100K within about an hour with fishing.
If you need a
super quick.
helicopter ride, let me know, okay?
And there's plenty of other people on the server too that are willing to give rides. Can someone help me real quick?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are, Tony.
Hey, Dutch.
Yeah?
Hey, can you throw this in your inventory and meet me up there? I cannot get this thing up to the helicopter. I just need you to carry it up there for me.
I don't, then I need to go from peppers and the floor.
Oh, okay. Alright, never mind then. If someone has storage to carry a barrel up some stairs. Thank you, Nuke. You just follow me real quick.
Okay, I'm in the car.
Was there any ammo for it?
Thank you.
I mean magazine for it? Magazine?
Oh,
What the
okay.
duck? Flashback.
Sorry, what'd you say, Kuppa?
What?
What did you say? I couldn't hear you because fucking Obama was talking this way.
Was there any magazine for it?
No, it doesn't come with mag. Do you have money for mag? I tell you what, I'll buy you a couple mag.
Oh, I'm just talking to a friend. I'll be with you in a second, Tony. I just gotta grab a gun.
Okay.
Thank
No
you very
problem.
much for bringing it over here.
No problem. I have to deposit my money before I leave.
Here. 1 second. Don't leave yet. That's all the cash I got off on me. I didn't find where it was.
They're in the bag. Take the suppressors too. And the stuff.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And also this is for you guys.
Hey, Steve. I'm gonna give the 2 guns to my 2 friends that I normally run with. Is that okay? Share.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
for your group, and there's also some money on the ground for
Okay,
you guys.
because hold on, because the other two that you saw me with, I do run with them, but not like these two. So I'm gonna give it to these two because I'm normally with them.
That's fine. These
Okay.
are your guns. Do with them
Okay.
what you like.
Okay. You know what? I'm so sad. You know what happened? You know how you gave me that horn that fills with water?
Yeah.
Well, you know how the server crashed? It's gone. Oh, who's that?
On the
Hey.
ground.
Thank you.
Alright. Good luck. If you need anything,
Okay.
you know where I'll be.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. See, we'll give this money to Tony. Yeah. Tony?
Yep.
Static? Can you turn off the car and lock it and meet me behind the bush?
Behind what bush?
I'll show you.
Yeah.
Lock the car. Okay, Tony, you first, okay? Tony, you first, okay? Tony, you first.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
And hold on. Here's your money. Okay?
What? Thank you.
Okay, take that. And then Static, come over here. Give me a second. Okay?
What is this gun?
It's like the best gun on here.
Wow. 60 rounder max.
Yeah,
Nice.
you have 2 rounds. So. You should have 2 rounds too, okay, Static? 2 mag too. Okay.
Nice. Thank you, Kuppa.
You're welcome. You got paid too, so deposit your money.
I'll go to
So
that.
now you're okay now.
Yeah.
Okay, get out of here. Hey, Clown. How are you, Clown? I'm glad you made
Oh,
it
the battery
in.
died again. That's nice.
Oh, okay. Maybe 2,
Let me
right
check
by
that.
2?
Yeah, well, yeah,
Okay.
that works.
Okay. Do you need money? It's
No,
only 100,
no,
right?
I'm okay. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, sorry, there was like a very big bug on my desk.
Oh, just noticed my
Apparently.
marker's muted. Thank you for the gun.
A very big bug. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
well, some sort of I don't know how to call it. Was like a bee,
Oh.
similar to a bee, but yeah, not the same kind of insect. They come with the rain.
Hmm.
Okay.
I think we'll be in restart before we go anywhere. When
My horn! I got my horn back.
just need to find a scope for this gun now, otherwise it's going to be really terrible to fire.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
didn't have any iron sights.
Why is there money in my... Wait. Did I not give Tony the whole money?
What the duck does this gun fire?
Tony, how much money did I give you?
The what?
6 points.
I think 50k.
Oh, no wonder I still have money on me. Here's the rest of it.
Oh.
I was like, why do I have
Tony.
money on me? Okay, here's one.
You loaded now,
two.
Tony. You got the money
Yeah.
I gave you and money that Kuppa's give you.
Thank you.
It should be 150, okay?
Yeah, that was 150.
Trying to close the door.
So yeah, we need bullets for that new gun, or are we good at the moment? Static.
I say we try it
What are you
out
thinking?
first before we buy anything
Okay.
for it, right?
Sounds good.
We might not like it.
Yeah.
Oh, the trunk is open.
Her boot's still open.
I know Tony lost all his money in his bank. He opened the bank and it literally says 0, he said. So I gave him that 150 from our friend. So that was good that he gave me that 150. Oh, this is I'll send you the information later, Clown. If you want to come and play with us on this server, it's really fun. You'll like it. I think you should come because your time zone, like you play in the morning, right? And then that way, I mean, you and I don't even play anymore, Daisy. So
Okay.
it'll give me and you a chance to play
Go to
together,
base.
right? I'll send you the information. When I log off, I'll send it to you so you have it all, and you could download the mod and all that stuff, and you know, make your way to the trader. Yeah. Can you at least download it or what? Are you
Getting a lag again, mate.
Okay.
I don't know. I always having that trouble in
So
that
you could hang out
section
with me, right? I haven't
lately.
hung out with you in a while.
Probably should just go slower there. Yeah, here I'm having a lot of lag.
Wanna jump out and check anything now?
Well, yeah. I'll stop next to the police car.
Don't know if I can get out now. A quick nose. Appears to be anything on the police car. I'll go over the wall. Oh. Cargo pants. A grip.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see you and dayz again,
I was
Clown.
hoping to find a scope. I found the horn for the ATV. It's on button 2.
Oh, nice.
I tried
Yeah.
to select my gun
Go
while I was
edge.
driving it and it went beep instead of like, okay.
Are you going to base, Tony, first or?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
okay.
Let me know if you want to stop anywhere. I just going wait base.
Okay.
True.
Oh my god.
Obama base.
I twigged, don't want to let you past. Alright, I'm gonna have a wonder about collect all the things.
Okay.
Okay.
Crossbow.
Hey Tony, can I try one of this canopy over there by Paulson's base and see what it looks like?
Of course, yeah.
Wonder if we have a screwdriver. Do we have a screwdriver by chance?
I don't.
Oh, let me look in here.
I don't either.
Oh no,
Huh.
my horn's right here.
The
Damn
scope.
it.
Will it fit the gun?
Darn it.
Nope. Or I can sell it.
Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm gonna put a this TP up and see what it looks like, Possum. If you're here. Yeah. We based right there. But, Possum, I think I'm gonna live with Possum because we're only allowed 2 base. And so, I'm gonna live with Possum and let Static and
Oh, I found
Tony
some
live
leggings
together.
for you, Kuppa.
What? Some what?
Some spandex leggings.
Oh.
They're red and black.
Fancy that. It's
Wanna
brilliant.
try them on?
Is that how you guys say it? It's brilliant?
You could pretend you're doing your aerobics or something.
Oh god, see? Good thing I came in. The flag is...
1980s style.
Oh! Okay. Can I get in here to hold the flag? you put a code here? I can't get in. Okay, let me message Possum. Chat.
I found another can opener.
You know what? Let me go up
I'm
here.
selling can openers. Anybody want to buy a can opener?
Okay, I'm gonna tap out and see if I could message Possum for the code. Sometimes he's on
Oh, I
his
found
phone.
some salty
So,
sticks.
let's see.
Little fly. Oh, a Viking dagger. That's interesting. Love that.
Okay, I just messaged him real quick. Sorry, chat. See if I could put this down. So that's
I keep
good.
finding crap that I can't use.
Oh, it looks like this.
2 Mosin scopes.
Okay, so
Don't have a Mosin.
we want
380 rounds. Don't have one of them either.
I don't know. Okay, so we might not use this one. Okay. But I need his password to get in the
Found anything nice, Kuppa?
Oh, I was messaging him for the password.
Oh, that's useful. Binoculars. Can use them while you're in the safe side.
Okay, we'll take that.
Another Viking dagger. Oh, a longhorn. Dry bag. Two flares. Boat or a helicopter.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my sea chest. Okay. I'm coming back. I'm gonna grab that sea chest. Put it in Possum.
Okay.
Put my stuff inside of there. So since there's 4 of us, I'll just stay with Possum, and that way you 2 have more room.
I ain't got no stuff. Netty?
I don't think any of this is mine.
I don't know what I'll use it for, but I found some netty.
I think all this is Tony's.
I'm guessing you can make your fishing
Yeah.
net with it.
All these is Tony.
Oh yeah.
And a chest holster.
Oh, I gotta get my fishing pole. That's right, fishing pole.
Anything else?
I'll take 2 of these. I'll leave 2 for Tony. Take 1 of the spark plug and leave 1 for him. And the rest
Well,
is
that's
his.
everything looked around.
Oh, let me look.
Is there any more picnic benches or anything anywhere else? Because I ain't noticed. Do you want to see a Viking dagger as well? It's not exactly a dagger. More like a short sword.
What are you doing with that sword? Oh,
It's
static.
supposed to be a Viking dagger.
Oh, man. That looks so interesting.
And shave Turner.
Yeah.
I'll walk all this all the way over there.
I give you half a shave.
Hey, Static and Tony, when you guys were taking a break, I went into the other server and play dayz on the other server. It's like a channel map, and I was looting, and I was like, oh, okay, you know, I'm gonna go to the trader, right? So I go to the trader, and all the admins are there. There's like 5 of them. And I was like, why are there so many admins? So I'm like minding my own business. I sell all my stuff, and I go and I'm like, you know, looting, and then I'm inside a building that looks like, you know how you could drive up to it, like a garage kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Those
Yeah.
buildings like that, the brown big one. So I'm inside of it, and of course there's nothing in there, right? So I look at it, there's nothing, and I turn around, and the admin spawn in a bear.
Kuppa, are you meowing?
A bear.
You have a cat, Kuppa.
Am I married?
Tony, are you meowing?
No.
Who's meowing?
But yeah, so the bear is in there, and I'm like fighting the bear, right? I'm running around shooting the bear don't die, the bear got me. I pass out, I come to, and I grab my gun, and then he comes right back and get me, but I killed him.
Oh, nice.
I was like,
Cool.
you guys, why you spawn that bear on me?
Yeah, it was not nice.
They're like, we didn't do it. I was like, there's no way a bear could just pop out of thin air in front of me.
Did you barely survive?
I barely survived.
Ah,
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you missed, Clown.
putting
The
stuff in there.
admin spawning bears to get me.
Tony, in case you decide to grow stuff,
Hmm.
put it in the barrel.
Okay. Nice.
So Tony, are your dogs like your babies?
Well, yeah, the Doberman used to be. I take care of that dog when it was a baby. I carry him to my job and to everywhere in the
Oh,
car.
wow.
Yeah, so I didn't leave him alone. I didn't want to leave him alone too much time, you know, being a baby. I got it when he got about 4 months only.
And all I've got is a smelly hamster.
Oh, I could leave this because I put my 338 away. Oh, there's my book. Tony has the
Yeah,
same
well,
book as
I
me.
cannot take him to out anymore. He goes too crazy when he sees other dogs. He goes crazy.
Uh,
Wanna eat them.
why does he do that? Why does he start going crazy?
I don't know. I always tried him to be sociable with other dogs, taking him to the park and all that. And he always being friendly with humans, but dogs, he goes crazy. But it's strange because there is also cats around here, and he's friends with cats in the area. And yeah, it's not like aggressive,
Where's
crazy
the cat?
aggressive dog. Maybe.
Where we going?
I don't know. We're ready, Kuppa.
Okay.
Wanna go somewhere or wanna stay
Yeah.
organizing?
Let's go. Let me close this and make sure they
Oh,
can't
don't
get to
forget we'll
my
have
sea chest.
restarting a bit. And it could all go to shit again. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't even know how to look that up on here.
I'm stuck there. Did you see that? Oh my god, I would have had like. Oh, I would. I was stuck there for a second. Okay. So Possum, we have some good stuff in here. I'm just gonna get the cap and see as soon as we get enough money. And we need to choose where to put it. Okay. Tony, I took one of the canopy. Just so you know.
That's fine.
Okay. Done. Did I close it? I did, right? See, this is when I have like... Okay, yeah, it's closed. It's closed. Okay, raise the flag. It's closed. Let me tell Possum real quick. And...
What we're going to do, go for a run back to the trader, dump what we've just found and stuff, and then, I don't know.
Okay,
Because we're going to have to restart. £100. Too slow, you didn't run her over.
Static!
Sorry.
I can't close my door.
You ain't in the car?
Am I in the car?
Nope.
No, you're not.
It shows me in the car. Let me get out.
Yeah, get out and get in again.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to relog then, huh?
Darn.
Okay, yeah, I'm stuck. Something's not
Yeah,
right.
just relog. We wait.
Okay. Chad, I'm gonna that.
Just in time for the zombies. Ah. I gotta jump out and open the gate. Posh, we live in a gated community. The neighbours are a bit snarly though. Hmm.
Oh no.
Well, you're gonna sell the stuff when we
Yeah, I
keep
just gotta
going,
get
so
rid of
I'm
the
just
crap
gonna
that I've got.
park in the parking lot. Old Town.
Oh man, I should have left this one in. See how much the ammo are.
We have to go get some of those underwater crates.
Hey, what?
Apparently, you can get a bacon tracker or something at the boat trader, and that take you to the dive spot where you get the underwater crates.
Ah, there was somebody here who's here.
Oh look, you can't have that if it's... You can't call on it if it's in there, huh? Interesting.
Oh, I
Oh, it
think I've
doesn't
sold all the
show.
crap that I was carrying there.
Does it show what you need
Oh,
to
apart
buy?
from the
Nope.
netting. Keep the netting on, mud. Never know, might find more.
Good, good. Yes. Keep it. I already heard somebody grunting. Man.
Right, battery. Where did I put the battery? There. Alright, now I'll be able to see firing that gun.
Wonder what optic this uses. Do I have optics? No, I just have suppressor.
A strange looking gun.
7.
It's like a rail gun or something.
6.746. 6.746.
Well, it looks like electronics going to where it fires.
6.7. Where's the ammo? 46. So we need the ammo. No, we want 6.7 ammo. Okay, there it is. 100 for how many? Yeah, is it? Let's get some. Let's just get one stack. 100. 6, 7, 46. Okay. 6, 7. 6. 46.
Right, let's log in case it goes wonky.
If you cut those up,
Okay.
So, save losing shit, don't it?
hey, half brother.
After all,
get
that'd be
one.
annoying if you just gave us them guns and
$100
just put
gets
them in
you one.
inventory. We don't log before
Chat.
restart and then it gets monged again.
Oh my
We lose them.
god.
I just
Cut
hope
them up to
Tony ain't
make more
losing
money.
all his money again.
Okay, chat. We're gonna log
hopefully
out
not.
right here and then come back, okay? So this might be right
You
back.
must be loaded
For,
now because
make
the money I
payment to
gave, the
fill in?
money Kuppa
Yeah.
gave you.
I thought
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I have 250 now.
You can
Mm.
make pretty good at fishing around here, right?
Oh yeah, especially if you
I've
catch the
got
bigger fish.
8,500 and something.
That you
Okay, I logged. See you guys in a bit.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chad. I'm gonna go get a drink and I'll be back. Okay.
There, mate. I'm gonna give you back some money then.
No, don't worry about it. Don't take long to
No,
get it back, does it?
because you went crazy. Why you give me all the money? You should keep some.
Oh, you
You
lost
don't
about
never
that
know.
much.
Well, but not your fault. Just wonky game.
Definitely.
extremely fun though when it's not giving troubles.
Yeah,
like
when
that.
it's not doing stupid stuff, yeah. I don't know why they didn't just give everybody the DLC. Well, I don't even know what changes they made. What have they done that's different apart from add the DLC?
I don't know. Do you know the new one? You say the new one?
Hmm?
Or Livonia? You're talking about what DLC?
Oh, the, what you call it?
Livonia?
Livonia. Yeah. All they've done is add that into the base game. I don't know why they didn't just put it as free so everybody could just go, oh yeah, I'll have that. And add it to your
Yeah.
account.
Yeah, well, they're definitely not very good at marketing strategies at Bohemia, for sure.
Because that map definitely weren't worth how much they was charging for it.
Yeah, also, well, look, I was looking at some video today that there was a guy saying that many people was feeling like they paid for a map on early access that were never were early access for a long time, and when it got ready, that was like a year ago. Then nowadays it's free for everyone. So
yeah,
some people felt a bit like you know,
well, it's
it
a bit
was
of a
not fair.
shit, ain't it?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it should be free from the beginning. I mean, it could be part of the main game or whatever you wanna make it. Just there was just one map. I mean, second
Yeah.
map is good to have. Will be better for the game.
Well, the
itself,
modders
so.
have basically carried this game, haven't they? All the people that modded and made maps, they've carried dayz pretty much. Because just playing on Chinaris is a bit boring. And then the actual official map they put out the charge for, and it ain't no good.
Yeah, and there is now the new Frost.
Yeah,
something.
coming whenever.
Yeah, well, that one sounds really interesting.
Right, is it back up? Computer says yes. The game crashed or have accidentally pushed go? Can't decide if my game's crashed.
What is going on with yours? Mine is, I see the Savage Lands background. with the daisy tips going on and running, but the
Progress bar
view
stopped.
window or whatever is just like a huge square that goes from the top to the bottom of the screen. This blank gray. Yeah, mine has crash either. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm 24 in queue.
Yeah, my game's crashed. Right, I think I'm gonna have to restart because I can't do anything. Fine.
Hello?
Alright, let's restart done. Try and get the game to work. After you just had a spas fit.
Got kicked.
Alright. Loading now. You broke it. Ah, root. Root's restarted any. Has it gone wonky again, I wonder? See what they say.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, are you guys in already?
Yeah, looks
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Every 8 to 10 minutes after restart, it seems. Somebody said.
Okay, we're in queue. It'll be a second.
You guys back on? Or not tried yet?
I'm in 7 in queue.
And the game's crashed again. Yeah, my game's crashed again.
There you go. And okay, I'm in. Okay, I got all my guns. Do I need to store anything? Let's go look at the storage. I can't believe it's like $100 an ammo. I mean, how am I supposed to shoot this gun? You know? Seriously. Okay, so we have leather kit, 40, 408, 338. Oh my god. Somebody's having a attack. We need a helmet.
Hello, I'm back again.
Okay, let's throw this out. Put this in.
Is it crashed yet?
Not yet.
I'm standing on the car still. Let's see if anything's gone wrong. Crash.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, crashed.
Yeah.
Darn it. Chat, we crashed. Oh.
Should we wait about 20 minutes and then try again?
I think I'm going to abandon and go to bed.
Okay, Static.
Have fun if you can actually play it.
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
I know,
You
right?
have a good rest.
Good night, Static.
No, guys. Alright. Talk to you tomorrow, I suppose.
Okay, okay.
Okay. See you.
Alright. See you.
Tony, do you need to log in and put the car away?
Yes, I'm going to do that.
And then log out.
Not angry Brett just followed.
I think so, because it looks like the first few minutes after the restart is having the most issues.
Yeah, I think we're gonna just keep dropping, so we might as well call it there. And I mean, if you want to come back later, we can. Just message me if I'm on. If not, we'll try again tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because it's probably gonna crash again. I don't want to have to look for the car.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not fun.
Thanks, Not Angry. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much.
Well, at least we got a few things.
Yes,
looting.
yes. So, yeah, sounds good.
I'm 15 in queue.
Okay. I'm gonna take off.
People is funny. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
message me later, and if I'm on, we'll play. If not, then, if you don't come back, then I'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, Kuppa.
Okay, Tony. Bye.
Have a good one. Talk to you later. Bye.
Chat, before we go, look at my goodbye screen. Look at the kitty cat. I mean, how adorable is that? Before we go, let's play our song, okay? Let me grab that for you guys real quick, okay? There we go. Let's do this one.
In the world of days, there's a girl named Kuppa Joy, with her snowy white skin and her hair long and more crazy but kind. She's the sweetest soul alive. In the chaos of the game, she's the one that thrives. Through the fields she roams, like a whisper in the breeze, her eyes shining bright, her beauty a masterpiece. She plays days online, with a heart full of joy, a warrior in the game, but a gentle girl, oh boy. Kuppa Joy, you're my guiding light. In this world of mayhem, you shine so bright. With your snowy white skin and your dark flowing hair, you're a dream in my heart, beyond compare. Yo, check it out, I'm about to tell you about a girl. She's the master of the game. She's on top of the world. She's got skills in her fingers. She's got skills in her brain. Playing dayz online, she'll drive you insane. Don't look in her eyes, you'll be hypnotized. She'll have you so entranced you won't believe your eyes. She'll make you lose focus, you'll be a freshie, no joke. She runs the game, she's on a level that's beyond woke. Cause this girl's got game, she's got you on your knees. She's got that cup of joy, got you begging pretty please. With her skills so tight, she's the queen of the game. Hypnotizing all the boys and driving them insane.
Okay, chatters, thank you so much for spending your evening or your days with me. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for the follow, coffee, that silicone girl, and not angry. Thanks for the subscription. Some of you are wonderful with that as well. This is a little bit too loud. Let me see. There we go. So again, thanks for coming in and subscribing and following me. I appreciate all of you guys. And we'll do it again. Okay, I hope you guys have fun. Clown, I'll send you that information. Silence, sorry I didn't see you tonight, so I couldn't do that thing that you needed done. Maybe next time. You guys have a good night, okay? Be good. Bye.